Claro, entonces, cámbiate el orden. Y por primero a Diego. Sí. Pero tú. Ah, bueno, claro. Sí, para que compre el tiempo todos. Aquí yo soy. Muy bien. Bienvenidos a este.
Welcome to the second day in this seminar on circular economy, a approach for sustainable development. We are going to have a small recap on the main topics that we saw yesterday. We have time for this during the morning in order to summarize. So yesterday, we talked about some very interesting topics. It was a day with quite a few contrasts in terms of the strategic value of circular economy, also the level of knowledge and also the technological alternatives and the advancement and public policies for strengthening circular economy. So, first of all, with the current structure, it is very difficult to achieve the 2030 agenda. There are some sectors that allow us to come closer to that, and one of that is precisely the circular economy, because there are certain advantages, high level of inclusion, for example, high levels of intensity in creating employment, low carbon footprint, and economic dynamism that for a sector that has a certain relatively low level of imports. There are other types of the economy that can comply with these features, but we should be able to align the economic, regulatory, financial, public policies for these sectors to strive in our economy. Now, we are moving forward in the region, though. At least 8 countries have circular economy strategies, and we checked out some of those characteristics. It's still rather difficult to compare them because there's no one single methodology. We started by trying to compare them in the region, and the German cooperation GIZ was also in favor of that and highlighted the strengthening of this kind of sector. Now, our colleague in natural resources also talked about how we're adding a new materiality layer with a green economy sector, like, for example, renewable energies, autonomous vehicles, and we think that it becomes ever more urgent trying to keep the materials as a part of the economic cycle in order to have a more efficient use of them. And as an indicator, the decoupling between production and material intensity was proposed, not only in relative terms, which is interesting, but which does not necessarily lead us to lowering the pressure on the use of natural resources, but so that we could start decoupling the economy and the use of those materials. We also saw the specific exercise, the specific analysis in order to see the impact on added value, emissions, and employment. And we also saw improvements in all of these aspects, with the exception of Peru, because it has an increase in emissions because of a larger use of energy. But in the rest of the countries, we do have a lower environmental footprint and higher employment. In terms of international trade that we carry out, we saw that international trade has increased. The amount of waste trading has been very important, especially for pulp and paper in the forestry sector, where the circularity circuit is increasing. And also there was a focus on highlighting the performance of waste in order to revalue and recover them, biological and industrial waste. They are both increasing, but also this put into evidence the need of improving the classifiers of international trade so that they can reflect the differences between these products where there's still a lot of work to be done. We also saw the University of El Desarrollo within the framework of the Declaration of Circular Cities, the commitment that ICMAC has with several signatory cities in this kind of declaration in order to have a yearly report on the circularity of cities to see different progress. Lima, Quillota, Santiago, Cantón de Mejía, Bogota also. This was developed by Universidad del Desarrollo, and then we looked at some of the technological cases. But I forgot, in this study from Universidad del Desarrollo, we also had the support from Enel. We also saw technological progress, and we saw how an innovation ecosystem works in the case of the Technical University of Aquisgrán that put together a mobility laboratory and a small company, PEM, that was delivered by Bastian Mans, and they have dedicated themselves to producing light electrical vehicles with one of the problems that we saw yesterday during the discussion, which is the adoption of a consumption and production pattern. It's good to have them, it's a good investment, but we have to really think about the whole circuit and how we can move forward towards an appropriate management of the waste that come out of that production of new vehicles and how they could be, again, taken advantage of in order to close the circle. We also saw two cases of a lithium recycling cases. One is for mobility. The other one, in the case of Costa Rica, was more focused on mobile phones and smaller size batteries. But in both cases, we saw technological innovations in order to carry out the recycling. And these are important technological advancements, but we were able to reflect on some of the gaps that we have on the extended responsibility loops, who should be paying for contamination, and how this whole material recirculation circuit and the distribution of the cost is carried out throughout the chain. So there is an important issue there that still needs to be solved given the extended producer responsibility laws. But these two innovations still show the expansion potential that recycling of lithium-ion batteries has in Latin America and the Caribbean. One was led by Innova Ambiental, and the other one by the company Fortec. And then we saw a very interesting example on how to take advantage of those plastics that have unique characteristics given the options that we have available in the market. And that is in the case of the mechanic circulation in order to produce aggregates. We do not need to segregate, and there's no need of washing, and all of the plastics then can be treated, and the result of the product of all of these plastics that can be used for furniture, for construction, they can be recycled permanently, and that guarantees its permanence in the economic circuit for endless time. And then the other example was the production of a biomaterial through a process of refining that produces as a byproduct with economic value potable water, hydrocarbons that can be refined in diesel, oil, kerosene, or some others, also ash that can be used in the production of plastic or energy, and also a synthesis, a residual gas that allows for the process to stay in operations permanently. If this were to be applied in landfills or substituted landfills, we would have a factory of materials that have national markets, and with that, we could have a breakthrough for the management of household waste, which was also good for us to reflect on the current regulatory framework for the management of household waste, which means that they have to be taken to landfills or final disposal sites. And if we could flex the legislation in order to receive these materials as input for alternative production processes. We also took a look at a very interesting example of citizen initiatives for the recycling of organics in order to produce compost in the case of Santiago de Chile, which works in Providencia and Ñuñoa, which has the potential of scaling up, and it would allow for the rehabilitation and remediation of soils for agricultural and livestock production. And then we looked at the status of the progress towards circularity and public policies. We saw the case of Buenos Aires, where by mandate since 2022, they have the obligation to put together a circular economy strategy, which is currently undergoing the diagnosis phase in order to have the priority of the activities that are to be carried out. We also saw the case of Chile, where they have different strategies, a national strategy for the construction waste products, but they're moving towards a national strategy of organic waste, which is over 50% of the municipal solid waste, trying then to put together a bill where we have three different types of instruments: regulatory, economic, but also funding and planning instruments. We also saw the case of Colombia. They're moving forward to metrics for a circular economy. Nationally speaking, they're very interesting, but Manuel from ONUDI will also be talking to us about what we're doing in terms of measuring and metrics internationally, and hopefully we can follow one line and not have different approaches. But in Colombia, they already have 6 reports with 43 indicators with variables that are very interesting: by demand, by the level of conservation of or loss of material, but also pressure on the ecosystems or factors that could hinder the progress towards a circular economy. And lastly, we had the case of Uruguay, where they're moving forward towards a national strategy updated proposal, putting together a roadmap where ECLAC is also participating, providing support, and they showed, well, the progress in that roadmap for the integration of public policies. Also for the marine sector in Uruguay, they have a circular economy lab, and they are strengthening the network of sub-national governments. So what we have for you this morning is a look on what's happening at the United Nations level, that is to say international, like ONUDI and other partners that we have that not all are able to participate during this morning. Also what ECLAC is doing, and we have a blog with other stakeholders that are also participating in trying to promote circularity. So with that, Sebastian, I hand it over to you to chair this blog. Thank you, Jose Luis. My name is Sebastián Herreros, and I work in the Division of International Trade and Integration at the ECLAC, Economic Affairs Officer, Division of International Trade and Integration. And we have worked on topics related to the relationship between trade and circular economy. And with Nano also, we're going to co-chair this morning block. I will be in charge of chairing the first segment until the coffee break. And then after the coffee break, Nano will take the lead. We only have 1 hour, but we also have fewer participants. Unfortunately, the presentations that were originally programmed by Vanessa Eslinger and Rosalia Roman will not be delivered due to last-minute difficulties. So we will only have 2 presentations. The first one is on the housing approach circular economy approach in the housing sector by Diego Aulieste, and also Manuel Albaladejo, who is a representative from the United Nations and the Southern Cone, will present the case of BioValor in Uruguay. And given the time that we have, I would say that it's going to be maximum 20 minutes for each of the presentations, so that we can have some 20 minutes also for a Q&A and discussion. So with that, and without any further ado, I want to just quickly introduce Diego. Diego is from Ecuador. He's an economist. He is the head of the human settling unit at CEPAL, and he's had important positions in the government in Ecuador, Minister of Housing and President of the Development Bank, also an executive at CAFE in Latin America. He's a university professor, has a master's in economics and Latin American studies, and a postgraduate in urban studies. So he is very, very well positioned to address his presentation today. So, Diego, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias, Sebastián. Thank you, Sebastián, and good morning. I think it's quite appropriate to hold this dialogue regarding what is a circular economy approach. Usually, or traditionally, the approach from circular economy to households related to the utilization of the construction materials to build the homes. Yesterday, Lisette talked about the results of a research project regarding how to optimize such materials use. But I'd like to give you maybe an alternative or supplementary vision. And after that, or based on that, I'd like to give you my thoughts about a certain context, followed by a methodology, a systematic methodology, and finally give you some numbers and quantitative approaches. What's obvious maybe, but we should probably emphasize that the importance of urbanization and growth of urbanization in Latin America. 82% of the population in the region inhabits cities. The problems in Latin America, the solutions in Latin America are present in the cities. The well-known sentence that climate change will be won or lost in cities applies in the regions with the highest levels of urbanization in Latin America and the Caribbean. In the region, we have 54 cities with more than 1 million inhabitants, 54 cities with those numbers, where the vision or the strategy and urban management are key regarding the optimization, the use of construction materials in such a relevant activity as this industry, construction, which is one of the industries that emit greenhouse gases. So based on that context, we should adopt a systemic or comprehensive approach to the situation of cities, and that may be expressed in an approach that for those of you who are architects or who have been involved in cities, really it's not necessarily news, which is urban recycling. Urban recycling, the renewal of or retrofitting of spaces is something that in terms of urban planning and in terms of cities economics has been done for dozens of years. Obviously, what's really interesting in this case is to strengthen that approach through the use of concepts and also empowered or enriched by this circular economy approach. So what really matters to us, and some of the panelists expressed something that rang a bell for me. Ideally, it would be not to build. Of course, it's not realistic. It's something that doesn't exist, that is not feasible. But we could get to a reduction of construction costs to a larger degree of utilization or more intensive use of an input that is not produced, increasing operations efficiency, and of course, reducing the financing costs. From that point of view, I'd like to focus not exclusively on technology innovation, but mostly on social innovation, innovation in terms of practices or public policies. Because when we talk about housing, we immediately think of this industry as building new housing, and to a lesser extent of what it means to rehabilitate and to improve housing. Yesterday, we heard something about the renewal of the vehicles, of retrofitting of vehicles. And if we talk about mobility, and I quote an analogy that we could use here in terms of housing, what it means to use carpooling or shared riding of a vehicle. We all know the business models of some companies that are more and more pervasive these days, in which instead of each household or each individual owning an asset, a vehicle, may have access to this mobility service by renting a car per days or per hour. So, I mean, this is an extension of the bicycle. I can also have the service of renting a bicycle for a certain period of time, and we might do an analogy in terms of urban spaces or housing. So what's key in this is to apply this systemic approach and to re-signify the assets of housing and infrastructure. The starting point there as well is to better understand a question that is at the core of these concerns, which is why aren't we concerned with optimizing this social innovation and going beyond technological breakthroughs? Land and housing constitute the largest wealth of a society. No, it is not financial assets, it is not technological assets, it is the land and property and housing. In fact, some research of international consulting firms, McKinsey, for example, very recently, last year, estimates the state that in terms of balance sheets or assets of businesses and homes, 2/3 of the overall wealth is in the land and in the housing. But so real estate. So what's fundamental here is the policy of managing these assets, of managing that inventory. Cities, we have now these figures that I mentioned, these cities, these 54 cities with more than 1 million inhabitants, etc. Close to 80 cities that have between 500,000 people and then 1 million inhabitants. So what's key there is that we need to work on the city that has been already built. Construction flows on an annual basis could be from 1% to 2%, depending on the demographics, dynamics, depending on how dynamic the real estate market is. But what happens with the stock? How can we improve the utilization of such stock and therefore reducing the use of resources? So talking about urban recycling or housing recycling, maybe even in these times, post-COVID times, I don't know really how to classify it. It may be something more straightforward based on the approach that several governments are adopting, several entities that are specialized ministries of urban development or housing in terms of recycling buildings, for example. Precisely a week ago, only a week ago, El Mercurio newspaper in Santiago on Saturday had on its first front page, the efforts and the planning that is being done by the Ministry of Housing and Urbanization Ministry of Chile for the transformation of offices into housing in consolidated neighborhoods of Santiago and downtown areas. So that is an approach related to circular economy, and that's something that we're really interested in highlighting. So if we start, or if we consider that circular economy is about creating value, of course, it's an economic growth strategy that is low in carbon, if you wish, but we, of course, we need to create jobs at the same time. So we can see that the underutilization of space or land, the vacant land or vacant or subutilized buildings mean a loss of value that needs to be addressed, dealt with somehow. And what are the management models? Right there on the slide. These management models can be adaptable or adaptive or whatever. It's new, should have a different type of consideration. And of course, that was said yesterday. And this somehow, these technology innovations will always be there, modular buildings, etc. In some countries, they even talk, and they do exist, of course, the construction units that can be relocated. I think still in Latin America, we need to wait for a few years about flexibility so that space, physical space, and the environment that has been already built can be reused, resignified, so that it can be allocated to new uses, of course, based or consistent with urban planning. So we have reducing the requirement for new housing by reusing vacant space, improving the use of urban oil land, and that strengthens the local economy. If we talk about the strategies of expansions or renewal, we're using resources that are scarce, such as land, and we're being more efficient and with a lower environmental footprint. And my last consideration before mentioning figures is that in terms of, in overall terms, so to speak, global terms, when we talk about circular economy applied to housing, beyond the fact that it's mostly focused on technological breakthroughs, so we're talking about the formal city, because we always talk about modification of construction parameters, modification, for example, of urban regulation, use of new materials that also require funding, but in some cases, not always. In some cases, it may mean an upfront higher cost, but access to financing. It is not a common one to build housing in Latin America. Even more so, depending on the country, between half and 2/3 of the city do have an informal origin. And in many cases, and most of the countries in the region, to be more specific, in most of the countries, the construction is still informal, not regulated by urban regulation, not necessarily of poor quality, but in many cases it is the case. But how to connect these approaches, technology, these approaches related, very efficient, but that do require funding, how to cause them to be incorporated into the Latin American reality, which is basically a reality of informal construction. And according to our scenarios, there's a negative perspective. We have to recognize that economic status, more difficulties in having access to financing. In our perspective, there are some aspects that actually support this negative scenario approach of larger population living in very precarious or informal settlements. If it's here to stay at the informal construction, how do we apply circular economy beyond what's being done? Because informal settlements, of course, almost what's vast is to use or reuse construction materials, or to breathe second life into some material that has been already used. And somehow, last year, for example, we conducted some research regarding the impact of using sustainable materials, especially in forestry production chains. And we estimated that for some countries, the increase in added value and employment regarding the reuse of sustainable materials and forestry chain could get to 2 points of the GDP. We could talk about between 25,000 and 100,000 jobs by introducing sustainable materials. But once again, for that to happen, we must develop much more specific strategies. By definition, informal housing construction does not observe the existing regulations, so there needs to be a different type of consideration. So just to conclude, in order to avoid going over my time, if we talk about larger land utilization, for housing utilization, illustrative figures are the percentage of vacant housing in our cities based on census information. Of course, always a city will have some degree of vacant housing. But when we get to identify that 12% of housing stock in a city is vacant, it means that it is key, therefore, that public policy and public intervention strategies should foster that such housing stock should be added to the housing supplies, and therefore that prevents us from using more land or to urbanize land that is far from downtown areas or to build new units. Of course, in some cases there may be some adaptation, and of course that requires materials, and we're not suggesting otherwise. But most of all, the major challenge of using the land in consolidated areas and cities are the large challenge of having a larger degree of use of the existing housing stock. So definitely, you can see there the numbers of vacant housing are hundreds of thousands for different reasons. So we're not going to discuss that. There are different that requires a different type of setting for the analysis in terms of why do we have so many vacant houses in the region, very much related to issues related to immigration, relocation of economic activities, etc., very much connected to citizens. But if we get to two-digit figures, or 6 or 8% of the housing stock, the optimizing that and by setting some scenarios, maybe an ideal scenario, if you wish, that we could reduce construction of housing for a decade, maybe even cut it in half. Circular economy again. Focusing on what we said yesterday, ideally we shouldn't build. Why do we keep building if we have vacant housing? That should be our biggest concern regarding the use of the circular economy approach. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, un aplauso.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Diego. Several things shocked me, really. But specifically, the fact that you focused your talk not so much on technological innovation, that we know with more efficient materials, etc., but institutional innovations that should be addressed. For example, to be able to use that huge stock of vacant housing in Latin America, and we would really love to know the reasons behind that. There'd be a number of reasons for that. In order to address those issues, there's not a single answer. Real estate speculation is one explanation. You actually large plots of land that have been there for years that are potentially usable for construction, and they've been there lying with a sign, or sometimes without a sign. And the owner is some gentleman who has a lot of money, who's waiting for it to actually be appraised, and then expropriation kicks in, etc. So there's a myriad of issues and complexities, but of course it is. I'm very passionate about that, and we'll discuss that during the Q&A. Now we'll go to something very different, because we go back to discussion about circular economy more along the lines of production with Manuel Albaladejo. He is the, let me check my notes here. He is regional representative of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. He's an industrial economist with more than 20 years of professional experience in the development sector. He studied in Sussex University. He has published about competitiveness, commerce, and circular economy. And what Manuel will present specifically today is the experience of a project in which UNIDO is present in Uruguay, which is the BioValor project, which is a project focused on generating energy, and I understand also bonds based on waste, mainly coming from the agro industry. Well, Manuel, and by the way, if you could please add to your presentation some remarks about a topic that we wanted to talk about at length today, which was the next circularity gap report for Latin America, which is an initiative which, of course, UNIDO is present and ICLAC is also a partner to that project. If you could give us your thoughts about that without further ado. Manuel, the floor is yours. Thank you and good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank ICLAC for the invitation to this event. Thank you, Jose Luis, for this invitation. It is a pleasure to be here in this historical room, so much tradition, talking about a topic that we're passionate about, which is circular economy. Also, congratulations to ICLAC because of the focus on circular economy that we've seen in the last few years. And it's great in that cooperation that we've been able to establish with topics related to international trade and circular economy, plastics, for example. And we're also part of the Uruguayan team regarding the wording of the national strategy. So we are also part of that strategy. And also, congratulations to the speakers. Sometimes sitting down for a day and to listen to others' experiences is great. We go home with so many new ideas. So congratulations, and thank you very much for sharing your experience. I'm going to talk about very quickly about the circularity gap report. It wasn't my intent, but I'm going to dwell on that a little bit. I don't know if you know this report, that is a global report of a consultant that is called Circular Economy, that develops an analysis of the status of circularity worldwide. It is a report that is published every 2 years, if I'm not wrong. We've seen some setbacks to circularity. There are more and more flat earthers, I think. We hear a lot about circular economy, but it seems it's kind of receding. So it's kind of bleak panorama. So just to tell you that as part of the regional coalition on circular economy, with several institutions, including this one, IDB, World Economic Forum, UNIDO, NUMA, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, and some others. We're going to publish the report, the Circularity Gap Report for Latin America for this year. Hopefully will be published in June. And we'll start measuring or doing a benchmark regarding the circularity status of the region vis-a-vis mean values of the world. So those are the news that Vanessa Eslinger is sending through me. And now going straight into my presentation. Very quickly for you to know what we do from UNIDO. UNIDO is the United Nations Organization for Industrial Development. In South Cone, we work on two main or theme areas. One is energy transition. In some countries, first transition, and in Chile and Uruguay, we are looking at a second stage of energy transition because there is a significant renewable energy mix where we see the potential of going into working on electromobility issues and green hydrogen. And the second main area is circular economy topics. What we do is to develop technical cooperation projects to provide technical solutions to the industrial or entrepreneurial problems. And we also have the work line with a regulatory framework in some of the countries. Of course, based on all this work we do, we come up with lots of information that we try to systematize in analytical documents that show the outcomes of these experiences and these practices. Now, going into the BioValor project, I'd like to, please, if we can go to the next one. Well, I have the power here. Okay. The BioValor project, this is a disruptive circular economy project funded by the Global Environment Fund. It's hard to find 3 ministries that will join to drive circular economy. This is a very good piece of news. I'm going to tell you a little bit about this institutional aspect, which is one of the main strengths of the project. And we as UNIDO have been the UN agency that has executed the program in Uruguay. It's a program that intends to create value based on agro-industry and livestock waste. We're talking about agro, basically in Uruguay, a country that has a very agriculture and livestock based production base. So in the arrows at the bottom, you can see significant components related to investment, which is by acquiring new technology, knowledge building, regulatory framework, and capacity building. This is typical project from GEF. If you look at this part to the right, where you see biogas, alternative fuel, synthetic diesel, and biofertilizers, if you know, the MacArthur butterfly is part of the biological cycle. We're working on that aspect of the biological cycle, but there are many additional elements where we see circularity, for example, nutrients cycling in the soil, but very much connected to the agro and livestock sector and the waste that is produced by that industry. Now, some comments regarding the pilot plants. So we have 3 projects for bioenergy and dairy farms of different sizes, alternative fuels. I'm going to give you some examples of the type of technology that we're using. And then we have composting facilities with different technology solutions for each one of them, depending on the type of hurdle that they encounter. And one last component of tannery, leather, tannery waste production for animal toys, pet toys. These are some of the figures. The GEF provided us with $2.3 million for the investment, and additionally, we raised twice as much by co-funding through private entities. There were 4 significant regulatory changes, and they are key to us, because one thing is the work we can do on specific technologies, but something else is what we can do in the long term with regulatory framework changes. And there's been lots of inputs coming from the point of view of technical inputs and analysis and training. Now, in terms of the environmental impact, which is the things that the Global Environmental Fund, we have 150 tons of CO2 that are reduced through the pilot plants, which is not large, but we are talking about demonstration pilot plants that can be scalable and replicable in the rest of the country. Some very specific examples of the kind of technologies or pilot projects. This is a tambo, as they call it in Uruguay. This is a dairy farm, 500 milking cows, 100,000 tons, and with the 70 megawatts of energy that can be produced. According to a generation decree, it allows the producer, the farmer, to divert that part of that energy and inject it into the network, into the grid. And so by being a dairy producer you can also become a an energy entrepreneur somehow. This is a boiler in a. They had huge problems here to manage the traditional boiler, wood-based boiler. So we are using material coming from the slaughtered animals as fuel in the boiler. It is a high efficiency boiler that is being used mainly by this slaughterhouse to produce water steam and to clean the facilities and other uses inside the company. Now, Bioterra, for example, approached us because they wanted to market organic compost in a different way. They wanted to get pelletization technology to be developed for compost in a much more efficient way of actually managing the compost. You can see it there at the bottom, that it allows to put more compost in a smaller space, and that closes the economic cycle in the company that is producing this kind of product. And well, you see the investment amounts. It's a very successful company in Uruguay that wanted to go a step further with acquiring this technology.
Ahora le voy a contar.
I'm going to tell you now what are the lessons beyond what you have seen here. And I think that lessons learned go beyond this pilot projects and program. And there are 5 or 6 major topics that I want to comment on as lessons learned. The first one, in the case of Uruguay, this BioValora project starts in one administration and finishes in the next administration. And we realized about the difference in the way of understanding this issue from one government to another. Circular economy turns into a state policy where in Uruguay we haven't seen any significant change from one government to another. And this is something very important because from the public policy standpoint, to have that stability to go from one government to another in a peaceful way, so as to speak, is something that we need to consider. Second is the ministerial silos that exist in the circular economy. When Jose Luis talked about yesterday about the bias of circular economy and its connection with waste management, this is something that comes from the Ministry of the Environment, for instance, and here we have 3 ministries working on circular economy, something very important. This is not only in terms of circular economy, but also industrial policies when we have one ministry working in this, but when economy ministry, which is opposite to foster this type of initiatives, well, normally we have 2 models here. One is an interministerial agreement, what we had here in Chile. In Uruguay, we have 3 ministries aiming at the circular economy, or we can have supra-ministerial offices which are not related to the executive power that can work with the different ministries. How the interministerial aspect plays a key role here. As part of the BioValor program, we propose to get rid of VAT for clean technologies to foster this type of initiatives. You cannot imagine how was this with the Ministry of Economy, because there was a cost-benefit analysis to demonstrate that savings because of, out of this technology are offset with the loss of the Ministry of Economy to move towards that transition. So this is the kind of things that was very important to link this with the program. So the interministerial aspect is an important issue as an important lesson learned. BioValor is also has demystified the circular economy, and we all have this idea that circular economy is the silver bullet, that everything will be resolved with nice programs, with triple impact everywhere. But when we started implementing BioValor program, we realized that this is not so. So I'm going to provide you with 3 specific notes. One, the triple impact concept that is always discussed, and BioValor doesn't produce additional job posts because the focus was in technology. We want to be more productive, introducing additional technology, and that doesn't go hand in hand with employability. But the main focus of the program wasn't to create employment, and there was nothing additional compared to the ones who were already working. And the other thing is measuring at the micro level we know the number of microeconomic levels, indicators for circular economy, but if you measure circular economy in a farm, in a dairy farm, in an organic compost company, the indicators change completely. And this is why it was so difficult to estimate the impact and return on investment. And one of the most useful practices here is to have a calculator of biogas that shows us how much biogas comes from the management of waste there, but that type of relationship between the amount of managed waste and environmental impact that is very clear for the energy sector and is not very clear for circular economy makes us to conclude that what is not measurable is difficult to be implemented. So circular economy is great to discuss around a coffee, but when you have to implement, that poses more difficulties, and that happened to us. We have a lot of measurement problems. From the 8 pilots I showed you before, 2 were not successful, and because a technological solution wasn't the appropriate one. And when we talk about public policies, we have a serious problem with the circular products, which are not necessarily the most desirable ones for the market, and they are not the cheapest one, just the opposite. And another element that has to do with the regulatory framework. The fourth topic that I wanted to mention is the regulatory framework, which is a key aspect to us. Circular economy has the main enemy of circular economy is having many alternatives. Circular economy works perfect in a desert, in the ship with Ellen MacArthur, in the oceans of the South, and in the Atlantic. But when you have a lot of alternatives, and many of those alternatives are not illegal, probably they are not good practices, but they can be done, then you have a problem. And public policies should reduce that wide range of alternatives to focus on the most desirable ones. To set up the rules of the game is something basic to understand what we're going to do. So it's something absolutely essential. And what happens with any disruptive process is that the regulations always go, behind the changes. And we see in any business model where we can do, for instance, Uberization in the world today, is something that the rules of the game have changed, and you have to update and to keep up with the Uber system, something that came to stay, and the regulations is always behind of what is occurring. So regulatory framework has made us to focus in BioValor project because we thought that was the best way to have a legacy, and depending on the entrepreneurial field that the regulatory framework was necessary for that. So the second thing is that we realized that isolated actions have no impact at all. And this is a reality that we all live, that experience when we are aware of the environment. When we want to make changes, we realized about the many obstacles that surrounds us. The same happens with circular economy. The case that I told you about, the Pablo Perez, wouldn't have worked if there was a micro generation decree to put energy and the grid, and then the certification of the compost, VAT exemption. If nothing of this should have been there available, this project wouldn't have been successful. So circular economy is something structural, a structural change that assumes many interventions which are key. Otherwise, we're focused on individual actions which are not having any impact at all. The other aspect, which is very interesting, is the policies which leverage a market. Yesterday, we talked about what can be done from the market standpoint to foster these initiatives, because this farmer told us everything is great, but he said, I'm not receiving a premium price for a product that is not having any carbon footprint. I receive the same payment compared to the other ones who is producing in a completely different way. So this concept is very clear. The meat sector, well, you know, the Uruguay, there is meat certification, certification for international market, and with that you can go for a premium price. But when you go to the national market, dairy sector, 80% the national market or less demanding market, then you have a problem where the public policy needs to provide compensations there. From the public procurement policies, we need to create an incentive to create demand for this type of product. The fifth lesson learned is the industrial symbiosis as a topic for circular economy. We realized that each company that wanted to do circular economy, they realized that this wasn't their core business. And many of these companies have said, I wouldn't have entered into this if I should have known what was the final conclusion. I would prefer to have biomanagement device to combine the waste of 5, 6 farms. So symbiosis, industrial symbiosis, to show the efficiency, and so to devote to this in 100%, and the figures that of the circular economy aimed at to have new companies which directly involved or with the circular economy as core competences, not to force the companies to do everything. And the last lesson is that these concepts are not appropriate for the Latin American reality. We have many studies that coming from the north and with a lot of regulations which are not applicable over here. So to, adequate this to the Latin American reality is essential. We have signed agreements with academic centers in Uruguay. We set up programs, for postgraduate course students that wanted to work with these 8 pilot projects and creating a critical mass of students and academics who wants to continue working on the same line. So these are the lessons I can provide you now, and probably those details will come then through the questions. Thank you. Thank you, Manuel. I think that the most interesting aspect of this project by far is the reflections that you provided about challenges of public policies to demystify the circular economy, because it brings many difficulties. Ministries which do not see circular economy as part of their objectives, or economic operators say, okay, but this is not part of my core business, what I'm winning here, if the other one will give the same products but with footprint. So there are many complex aspects. I would like to write this down. in a small country, probably organized as Uruguay, and if you can replicate this in a big country, federal country, with all these difficulties, and I think that this is even more dramatic in big countries. Well, we have a little bit over 15 minutes for comments, questions. I don't know if you would like to take the floor. I know that Jose Luis want to make comments, but well, I think that, do we have someone? If you can say, please say your name. Good morning, Carlos Mora from Dane, Colombia. I've got a question for Diego. Diego, you have mentioned changing the culture of renting of the house or the car. And in Colombia, we have this the culture of you said that more than 1 million houses are empty, and this is a huge number, but we have the culture about talking that we are doing well, provided that we have our own house and cars and education for our children. So the recommendation would be, do we have to change those cultural aspects? Probably to say, let's focus on renting more than ownership. We always think that the country should be a country of house owners and not house renting. Along the same vein, I think that Diego's proposal is very interesting. I wonder about institutionality and what's the asset that you are going to end up having in the family. When Diego was presenting, it came up to my mind the mechanisms that exist in Berlin when there is a culture of renting, because the culture of that specific city is that part of what is reasonable is that you have money to pay for a rent that is reasonable rent. A city that had many houses also vacant for decades. But if you had money to pay for a decent rent, that was part of the family reality. So we could think that as we can have the right to have a truck or a seated car or a SUV, etc. So where you can have a leasing system that adapts to your own needs. And that the same could happen with the houses. If you are a couple without children, or you are a couple where the children grown up and they are not with you already. And so these are different formats that could adapt to the different stages in your life, because there is an institution that will offer these possibilities according to the stage of life you are in. So that could be a different asset. As the US student, they have a trustship or not. We could have also in Latin America some equity or capital with a long-term contract to have access to the appropriate house to me. In the case of Berlin, there are institutions which manage the popular houses which are I don't know if that houses belong to the state or the private sector, but we could think of a hypothesis that these houses are from private, and so this administration, where an institution guarantees profitability for this capital that is being managed, etc. So how do you think about that institutionality, Diego? And Manuel, I don't know if you have thought about this when discussing your project. I mean, to add another layer to this addition products to the dairy farm, but could that, manage by reducing emissions, and milk could be a byproduct that is coming to a different market, or even to sell milk, as you say, meat in the international market. I mean, a meal, but with an extra compensation included in the price. I wanted to congratulate Diego and Manuel for the excellent interventions, and in line with Jose Luis and Carlos, my first question for Diego is in line with the example of Jose Luis, the case of Berlin. Do you have any examples of social innovations to have a more efficient use of stock? Because one thing that has been a bonus track from the pandemic is that we have discovered that working remotely is something that works. The home offices have worked. In the past, we have no possibility to do that. But from the pandemic, we have discovered that there is that possibility. And there are some companies who don't even have offices for their own staff, but they have a co-work places, and they meet once a week only to have meetings, which it's important, but the meeting that can be online as well. So in terms of the housing area, there are innovations mentioned by Jose Luis, and even a greater challenge in Latin America, which is very different from the European reality, because here housing is normally informal, so we required a legal framework to approach that concept from that perspective. But housing together with offices, there have been tectonic changes that have taken place with teleworking, and new opportunities have emerged as well. And for Manuel, something that you mentioned is about the importance of holistic solutions, solutions which are not working with an approach only for one ministry, and if this is not accompanied by other ministries, the same as you mentioned, the micromanagers of these, and some exceptions such as the VAT for farmers there. But can you comment or you go deeper in the case of Uruguay, how this has been managed, this agreement between the three ministries, and what was the most difficult aspect? Probably was the VAT, and I think in the case of Chile, where these an obsession of the authority, and the state doesn't like to provide privilege for one specific sector, and probably I can imagine that in Uruguay, the ministries have all the same concern. And so what was what has trigger the convincement in these three ministries? Yes, just to offer my apologies and correct something what I said yesterday. I forgot to mention Lisette Rodriguez, from Universidad Centroamericana, José Simeón Cañas, who presented a very interesting study yesterday about good practices in social housing, circular economy approach, and she provided us with 7 different construction system classification. Thank you, Alejandro. My name is Alejandro Chacon. I have a question for Manuel. You didn't mention Biol or digestate, which is the main product from the bio manager. I don't know if you have an information about that. Javier Arteaga from Commerce Division of ICLAC. My question is for Manuel. I would like to listen about this because the last reflection has to do with public policies. So the companies can have an additional stimulus. I think that in the world today, this is my personal view, there is a greater knowledge. We have well-informed consumers, and they would have realized that to have friendly changes and the work with that provides a competitive and comparative advantage in the market. And so when we look at the public policy, I think that this should be thought in a way that we can involve producer as well as consumer. That's why I would like to know if you can go deeper into this. What are the proposals based on the investigation that you have, I mean, the research that you have done? And that's it. Thank you. Thank you for your questions and comments. In fact, there have been a lot of similarities in terms of what I said and what Manuel presented about digesters, and we are talking about cows, countries, cities, and constructions, etc. But the problem here is public policy. And a better regulatory framework and new technologies is something essential and adjusted to the reality of Latin American cities. First, I mean, you build and then you create a city. So any regulation should be focused on this, because a regulation could be wonderful on paper, but just the half of the houses are built with some regulations for the specific area, then no consideration about risks or anti-seismic technologies, etc. But houses require different from what has been said. We're talking about optimizing a productive process. We have input, we have products, and we sell it. And the houses requires input. We build a house, but this is a non-tradable good, internationally speaking. And so the key aspect here is the better use of an asset. That's why this analogy with mobility, because the key aspect is the use of or the better regulatory framework. So if the discussion about procurement modalities, we always say in Latin America, we're interested in being the owners of our property. And this has divided this in different aspects. And this has dropped from 74% to 70% in 2 decades. And that is a response to multiple factors, economic and social demographic aspects, and the number of houses with one single parent is growing up. And how many of us are interested in being owners of our houses? And probably this is also related to, reluctancy to rent, and this is part of the family capital. But in some moment in time, what is important to consider is that those houses which were vacant there, do we always have houses which are in the market? We always have consideration for having them vacant, but up to 12%.
Therefore, the key factor or the important thing is this asset is part of the market. As you said, Christian, there is soil that is still waiting to be valued. And it's not important to expropriate this land, and that would be the ultimate solution. But the important thing is that this asset is incorporated into the marketplace, that there are negative and positive incentives so that they can be added to the market, so that these can be used, the assets can be used rather than continue to build. So we have a whole many of policies where we have these issues of requalification for the urban setting. And it's very good to speak about impacts, but I think that the impact in the Latin American cities is informal largely. So we have to devise all the mechanisms that are required. Then we have the institutional framework, because we speak about the innovation applied to the institutions and to the public policies as well as the governance. We need to have this articulation that is multi-level. We just concluded a project, or we are just concluding this week a project for the establishment of a bank of the state lands, because the state is the owner of many lands and many buildings that are not being used. In Chile, there is also an intent to move forward in the implementation of the mechanisms that allow to reuse the buildings that were office buildings and to retrofit them into social housing. And we are using this more intensively. We're using the assets that already exist, the lands that are located in the central areas, and rather than continue to build, rather than producing more city, we should use more intensively the spaces that already exist. Well, thank you very much for your questions. All of them are very relevant. And I was waiting for a quote, or looking for a quote, sorry, regarding this issue that we were discussing now, that renting rather than buying a house. And there is Auken, who was a former minister of the environment in Denmark, and she made a comment in the worldwide forum. She said, I am a user of everything, I am a owner of nothing. This is a very important way to understand the new concept, how this matches the issues of the circular economy. I have been living for 10 years in Austria, and I was forced to use public services because we had, for example, in the washing machines and dryers that were incorporated in the building. And as a matter of fact, most of the infrastructure in the city was targeted at sharing the services with, for example, an efficient transportation system compared to the private transportation that is very expensive with a very high fee if you wanted to park in a parking lot. But anyways, this was not the issue I wanted to discuss here, but it's a very important outlook. Well, in Uruguay, as Laura said yesterday, has issued a green credit or green bonus, and Uruguay today is open to this voluntary market, and many companies are now thinking of the reduction of emissions as a business, because we have to consider also the scales that exist. And there are very small scale dairy farmers or other producers, and we have to consider this sector itself. The same applies, for example, to the meat producing sector that can be applied, the same scheme can be applied to the dairy sector. So there is a good willingness from the state and the good conditions in place, and we have this as a carbon sink, and therefore they have this leeway to produce this market of voluntary nature. Well, I have covered many countries in Latin America, and we see this willingness of working with different ministries or departments. When we speak of these circular economy, some of these uh, departments want to jump in. And we have, for example, the environment department that takes care of the management of waste, and the other one that is trying to establish the link between the agribusiness and the industrial sector. And there are many countries where we have these kind of projects that are anchored in a department, and we have to strive so that this goes beyond the department and can have more implications. I think that the institutional framework in Uruguay is something of utmost importance. And this is not something that is being forced, but is coming up everywhere. And this is a significant value. The finance ministry is also participating, but when you have three different departments pushing an initiative, it's easier to convince, for example, the economy ministry in Uruguay. You know, for example, that the minister is an important character internationally, and she has also promoted the green bonus or credit. And well, this allows things to flow easily and rapidly and very easily amongst these institutions. And Digestat is used for all the cycle of nutrients in the dairy farms. And one of the studies that was conducted was related to the cycle of nutrients, because there is a whole debate concerning the carbon sequestration in the cattle raising area. Well, we have the problem, and a problem in Uruguay, or the problem around the world is not the fact of having cattle, but the kind of production that is involved, if it is feedlot based or grazing. And the system of grazing is actually environmentally friendly. And the study that have been done shows that there is a lot of carbon sequestration in this sector. Merely for the fact that they have this system of grazing that is wide with many heads of cattle, but the density is very low. Well, regarding the cattle raising, this is very complicated, I should say, because it is, however, a sector that consumes a lot of resources, and at the end of the day, even though it is very efficient, and as a result of the kind of methodologies that are being used, we cannot consider what this would imply for a country that is increasing the consumption of meat. This is now in discussion in the country. We calculate that we have 12 million heads of cattle in Uruguay for per inhabitant, and apparently this does not have any impacts environmentally, but this is an issue to discuss. Well, they are also using fertile irrigation in the dairy farms where the cows live. Well, they use this in every dairy farm. Then we have a question regarding the public policies and the consumer versus the producer. And we have a project of bio value. we hold some of these seminars for the producers awareness. And from my experience or from my point of view, I think that the market forces regarding the prices and the quality are of paramount importance so that the consumer can choose the kind of products that they are going to buy. When I refer to quality is the kind of products that we saw yesterday. And I was astonished yesterday by the kind of synthetic wood that is proposed, what was proposed yesterday. In Norway, we have some initiatives that are similar, but the quality is not the same. The color is not uniform, and it's very difficult to put it in the market. It's very difficult to put it in the domestic market. So we have this issue of price quality. That is something that should be further elaborated and to see how we can incorporate that in the discussion so that these circular products are feasible. It happens also in the plastic sector. There are many companies that would expect to use some recycled products from plastic but cannot be included because the final quality of the plastic would not be met and the standards would be lowered. And therefore, I think that we should consider all of these sins that go beyond the conscious consumer. We have to determine yet if the circularity will be feasible or not. The last one, please. Last intervention.
Solo un comentario.
I would like to make a comment concerning this last point. The European directive, for example, in the case of the lithium batteries, has already established the percentage, the minimum percentage of recycled material that should be used in the production of new batteries. In the case of plastic as well, I think that the labeling plays a very important role for the reincorporation of the industrial products. And this is part of the normative. And we should further regulate this for the circular economy. And this is an element that should be taken. Well, I think that we are closing here the first half of this block number 4, and I would like to thank Diego and Manuel once again for their excellent presentations, and I would like to thank you, everyone. And now we'll break for coffee, and I think we'll be back at 11:30. Okay, thank you.
Hola.
Well, hello. Let us then carry on with the fourth session in this workshop with 4 presenters. And this fourth block is necessary policies in order to fast-track the implementation of circular economy in Latin America and the Caribbean. I have the honor of chairing this block. My name is Nano Mulder, and I'm Johan Mulder, and I'm the head of the International Trade Unit at the ICLAC. And the circular economy is one of the work units in my division, and which focuses on trade and sustainable trade and commerce. And we work with SMEs and international trade, also with equality, gender equality related topics. And in the concept of circular economy, we are very happy to contribute to this very important seminar, which has a general focus on circular economy, but also an important approach on cities, as we saw this morning with Diego, which is one of the core topics in the context where 80% of the population lives in cities within Latin America. So in this second part of the morning session, we're going to focus on establishing a dialogue that contributes to the discussion on the necessary policies in order to contribute to fast-track circular economy in the region. And we're going to have expert presenters who have been working on circular economy on the private sector, the academia, as well as other trade associations. They will deliver a presentation, and I would ask them to please stick to the time allocated, which is 12 minutes, so that we have room for Q&A at the end of the presentations. The first one will be delivered by Claudia Peña, who is the Director of Sustainability at the ADERE R&D, Co-Director of EPD Latin American Hub, and also of the Steering Committee Life Cycle Initiative, which is precisely hosted by UNEP. And her presentation is entitled The Relevance of the Life Cycle Approach to Sustainability Circular Economy. She is she's member of the technical committee of the EPD Systems AAS, which is a global program for environmental declarations. And also she works as an auditor for the European Platform of Sustainable Construction Eco-Platform. She has a title as a chemical and civil engineer from Universidad Católica of Louvain, Belgium. And she is currently the sustainability director at R&D Innovation and Technology. So 12 minutes. Well, thank you so much for the invitation. Good morning, everybody. I want to focus on the vision of the life cycle. And for this, I would like to start by defining, according to this initiative, what the life cycle is conceptualized as. And this is basically moving away from the production site and really taking a look at all of the impacts, whether they be economical, social, or environmental, that are associated to a given product. Now, obviously, there's a focus there's an approach for organizations, but I'm going to focus on products here. The most famous and most powerful tool for this is the life cycle analysis, which includes other associated tools and that are part of the ISO 14000 family. Now, in order to apply the life cycle analysis, we think about its production, from the extraction of the raw materials, production, technologies for that production, the use that the product will have, And the final disposal, or under the concept of circular economy, it's recycling or any other alternative for the use of its different components. It is also important to keep in mind here, in the general context of the ISO, as we know, the eco-design principle uses a circular economy, and eco-design itself is based on the life cycle approach. It's one of the approaches that we must keep in mind. We who are a little bit older have had some kind of relationship with products that have changed quite a lot. For example, the copper wires that used to come with plastic, and it was very difficult to unpack. It was therefore not easy to say, okay, plastic I'm going to send over here, and copper I'm going to send over there. They ended up probably burned in the garbage bin. But we've seen that if we don't have that vision from the onset, which technology we're going to be using, what we're going to be doing with those materials, and what's happening through their use, we're not really accountable for the product as a whole and the impacts that they're going to create. Back in 2000, we had the Environment Summit, which took place in Sweden. And there, the definition was that if we wanted to have a planet for the coming years, we had to start thinking about a life cycle approach. So the extraction of raw materials all the way to the final disposal, that's the approach of the life cycle approach. Now, in the previous presentations, which were wonderful and that gave a very good context, circular economy does not solve it all. In fact, there could be very big problems associated to its application. For example, a few years ago, one of the developers, Mark Hoodkop, from the Netherlands, put together a study for Volvo, which is a study on how much was the environmental savings of putting recycled plastics in the vehicle instead of the materials that they were using, like leather, for example. And sure, at the beginning, there was a saving, but in the end, they ended up using more fuel because the car is heavier. So we have all of these ideas that this is perfect. And circular economy starts from an economic approach, and it addresses mostly the analysis of the material flow, recycling, all associated to the resources, but it leaves outside other impact indicators, which are very important on environmental and social matters. So if the technical committee of the ISO, which focuses on measuring and evaluating circularity, acknowledges as an approach that we have to apply the life cycle analysis and also the principle which covers everything, including the SDGs. So within this big umbrella established by the life cycle mindset as supplementary tools in order to measure and evaluate circularity, it recommends life cycle analysis, environmental risk, geopolicies of the design, the eco-design, and others. So we need to have this idea that circularity by itself can take us to outcomes that are not sustainable, especially in a globalized world where the emerging countries are not the ones that really make the calls. For example, we were talking about some critical raw materials. That's it, I'm running out of time. Oh, no, not yet. Critical raw materials, out of which are the basis for all the green technologies, also for defense matters, rhodium, lithium, many others, and many of them which are associated to Group 8 are also linked to copper, but they are entrained in the copper because they say, you know, our business is copper. But copper, we're going to run out of copper, and we're going to have to start depending from other materials. And we have some that are, for example, in computers, but what we have to do is apply at all levels of society this vision that has to transform the ministries to in this Commonwealth relationship, and that we must have with a life cycle mindset. How much is it to extract the copper with all of these metals associated? All of this economic work has taken place, and they have important social impacts. And we think only about extraction and only the direct business. Well, we're having environmental and social liabilities that are going to have an impact to us in the future, and we're going to have to buy. I mean, we're selling copper and we buy the copper pipes, and that really doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. So all of these vision of circularity, in order not to come up with unpleasant surprises in the future and to have a real forecast of our country for the next 50 or 100 years, because we suffer many of the vulnerabilities of climate change, and the pandemic has given us some important lessons. There is solidarity, but only up to a certain level, and we have seen that there is some of the products were stolen that were necessary. So these kind of things are still going to happen. So in order to have a world in harmony with solidarity and to have a future as a planet, applying circular economy is important, but we have to respect the SDGs. We have to use tools in order to measure out of all of the circular alternatives that we have, is the one that I am taking, the one that truly provides economic, social, and environmental benefits for the country, or that product in particular, and the way that it's going to perform throughout the rest of the world? Because maybe with this, we could be causing damage elsewhere. We do know that next to Easter Island, we have islands of plastic, but when that plastic is to be analyzed, what they find is that the materials that are part of that of that planet are from Asia, and they have been driven there through the sea currents. So we have a globalized world, not only trade-wise, but also socially and environmentally. So we have this large umbrella, and there are also other methodologies that the ISO has accepted, like the social analysis of life cycle, which is going to become an ISO. But an even more important tool is the sustainability analysis of the life cycle, because it includes, once the ISO 14040 and 44 are applied, they also apply the social and economic indicators on top. So with this, having invested a lot of time and lots of resources in carrying out a life cycle analysis, which is holistic and which addresses or is accountable for from the extraction of material all the way to the recycling. On top of that, based on those efforts, still they can apply social and economic indicators and to link them with other methodologies that are part of the 14,000 families, like 046, which is water, and something else that's also linked to circular economy, but also environmental management, which is eco-efficiency. So when carrying out the life cycle analysis, they can link an environmental, economic, and social indicator to a different outcome that they want to obtain. For example, the price of a product. Instead of making it square, they will make it, I don't know, round, just to say something. And how the public accessing certain parts of the product. So my message then here is keep an eye on the geopolitical sustainability indicators, the methodologies associated to social analysis of the life cycle, and also environmental analysis of the life cycle. So thank you very much.
You had 2 more minutes, but you were pretty efficient with time. Thank you, Claudia. Quite a provoking message, but I believe it is important to open this up to a broader context with these additional objectives that you mentioned, which the life cycle methodology is a tool that allows to introduce these other dimensions into the analysis. So quite relevant, and thank you very much. And of course, we'll go back to this in a while. Now, let's go to the second presentation, and I'm getting entangled here with so much paperwork. Hernán Durán de la Fuente, he is the chairman of the Environment Foundation of the president of the Environment Commission of the School of Engineers of Chile, also a colleague at ICPAC, who is going to talk about the contribution of the Network for the Productive Development Technological Development of. He has a PhD in economics and business management with an MBA from Grenoble in France. And also he is a civil engineer graduated from University of Chile with a vast experience in the issue of waste management. Hernan, go ahead. You have the floor for 12 minutes. Thank you. Well, thank you for the invitation. And secondly, I'd like to say that I'm quite nervous because after presentation by Claudia, I think it's quite hard to be on par with that. And then Alejandro comes after me, who's going to talk about design, which is going to be a high level discussion. So I'm part of the sandwich in between these two here. But well, I'll do what I can. I'm someone who has been involved in projects for a long time. I'm mostly involved in the topic of specific problems, of how we address problems head on in the specific field of solid waste, which is what I'm going to cover during this presentation. And I will analyze this from the Chilean point of view, which is the case that I know more and for which I provided lots of consulting services. This approach, it's an approach that has to do with history in terms of why we are here and what are the conceptual elements that are operating today and how these elements are having an impact in how we operate as businesses and consulting firms that need to operate, and also as consumers. In Chile, up until 1969, there was no regulation to rule solid waste. At the time, the health code was enacted. There was already a previous version from the 30s. And meanwhile, the Ministry of Health was the one in charge to oversee how waste had to be managed, both in terms of collection, transportation, and final disposal. So landfills that were built before that were all led by the Ministry of Health. And at the same time, they granted the permits, but at the same time, there was a major effort to come up with a regulation, and that regulation ended up becoming the health code. That is much more broader. The health code covers all the things affecting health. Part of it is health, part of it is waste. So there's a number of specific regulations that had to be enacted in time. Then in the 70s came Salvador Allende's administration, and then Pinochet rule, and then all these topics were postponed in terms of regulation that were left hanging, and we ended up facing a regulation that did not evolve significantly up until the 2000s. In 2004, a new regulation for hazardous waste was implemented in 2009, I believe. A new regulation that provides for landfills management. So we have a huge gap there. And in between, back in 1984, the environmental law came about in Chile. In Chile, for you to know, we've only had an environmental legislation since 1994. Before that, there was no environmental act. The things that were done during Pinochet rule were just random in terms of health, in terms of environment, but there was no concerted effort or policy. In 1994, the policy came about 2 years after Rio conference that established the fundamental criteria to manage waste. And this is somehow the beginning of a new process. But a new process that so far has kept on going, and in between, new elements came about which reinforce the mechanisms to be able to manage waste. So this legislation on producers' extended responsibility, or the REP Act in Chile, that's a piece of legislation that took more than 6 years for its enactment. Because in fact, it actually covered several aspects. Some of them have been discussed here. It wasn't easy to get to an agreement, and there's much more legislation addressing other things that need to be overcome. But that legislation covers 6 priority products. Out of those 6, the act was enacted 4 or 5 years, and out of those 2 that are about to start, which are tires and packaging material. And there's waste that's important and it's not there, such as organic waste. Is therefore the possibility of producing compost that is not regulated by this law, and it's not regulated by any law. There are new strategies and there are some approaches, but we do not have a regulation, specific regulation on it. That's why we have 1% of waste in compost in a very low level, not because we have scarce regulation, but because there has not been a political will to actually delve into the topic decisively. So this is a law that has the intent of providing some guidance, but doesn't cover many types of wastes. And I believe that's one of the biggest efficiencies. And there's limited tools that has been seen in practice. In fact, in the last few years, kind of wrapping up, backing up mostly, what we need to do in terms of final disposal are landfills that we've heard a lot about from yesterday. These landfills are characterized by the fact that they are a place where we dispose of waste, and we put them into a bag, and we have pipes to get gases out and to take leachates out, but they stay in the same place. That is what the world proposed until today. This is how waste is managed. But there are other topics, incineration, burning waste, which was a major alternative solution. But incineration means or assumes that when you're burning is a fuel. And for that to be a fuel, it needs to have a high caloric power. And waste has lots of liquid and very low caloric power. So it is not possible to incinerate waste in Latin America. Because we don't have that feature. There are hundreds of vendors that every day come and go selling their incinerators, but there's no way of using them, besides the fact that that entails a significant cost and investment. In that context, at some point in ECLAC, we led a project together with GTZ, which was geared towards doing adequate waste management, environmentally speaking. And we agreed with the German government that the core topics were to focus on the principles, because we considered that most of these deficiencies that we could see in how waste management could be operated had to do with the very little knowledge that existed from the point of view of the state regarding the fundamental principles that guide waste management. Although they are waste, but there must be principles to manage those. And there are several. And we realized when we managed that project is that in order to face the problem or the issue of waste, it could not be faced from a simple point of view. We know that in order to manage waste and to neutralize its effects, it's not a technology matter only, because you need several elements operating together. It has to do with political aspects. In Chile, this has gone from municipalities now to the hands of regional governments and then the health ministry in the past. So there's a political problem in terms of who leads this. And therefore, there's an institutional issue. So there are several topics that are at play, and of course, economics that we're going to cover last. So it was necessary to be able to do this management of this project in Latin America. We had to focus on a broad or a holistic and systemic approach, because it not only had to be broad, because it had to transition from economics to policy to management, and to set up of what we called a set of problems had to be managed. And with that in mind, we were able to make progress on several fronts. And that element of that holistic or systemic approach, which mainly deals with a holistic approach of this issue, the environmental issue, and the specific waste issue cannot be addressed with the specific approaches and system on that. That approach meant that we developed this topic of how waste was supposed to be managed. We had some success stories and I would say failure stories, but in Latin America, I believe it's a problem that is ongoing, I would say. And to make it clear, really, regarding the principles, we took two of them, but there are several others that we'd like to take as fundamental aspects. First, the use of the best available technologies. It is key in order to manage waste, both in terms of collection, transportation, disposal, transfer stations, etc., to use the best available technologies. The best available technologies from the environmental point of view, not the best technologies from the point of view of economics of such technologies or physical technologies, in terms of what are their environmental impacts. Second principle was the principle of the best environmental practices. Looking for those aspects of ways to address the problem in which we can look at it from a broad enough perspective. The cautionary principle that I'm not going to dwell on now. And finally, the principle of whoever contaminates will pay. And in this case, in Chile, I talked about this yesterday, and I'm going to repeat that. It's one of the most painful things, because in the principle is not applied, and none of us Chileans are paying for waste management, but we pay the same amount through property tax, etc. But there's no relationship with what we produce. If we generate more, we pay the same, but if we generate less waste, we pay the same. So it does not become an economic instrument that will allow us to operate and to regulate waste management, and therefore, let alone circular economy. What's paid, it's paid by the municipalities and to those who manage the waste, or transportation companies, but it's a process in which population is not involved. It can go up or down, even more in a country in which we do not have a metric or a measurement system that would allow us to be clear about how much waste do we need to mobilize and what are the resources that are needed to do it. Those are the regional approaches. I was a little bit sparse in my presentation, but this is our fear and the issue we face in terms of how we manage waste. And I believe these are the challenges ahead of us, either circular or whatever name we use, to be able to overcome these difficulties in the countries in which we are far, very far from being able to recover and do a good waste management, in which we have a very high percentage where we don't even have landfills for this waste. So circular economy seems to be something fantastic, I would say, but there's a significant gap and see how we can face it. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Hernán.
Thank you, Hernan. It's great to hear the story about how this evolved in Chile, in terms of how waste is handled. And I really like the part of the 5 principles you mentioned at the end, which, after all, appear as very good guidelines to see the evolution of a regulation that actually addresses the problem in a better way and also provides us more guidelines regarding circularity in the future. But I know that is still a fantasy. Hopefully, becomes a reality soon enough. Our next step is Alejandro Chacon. He is the head of Ecodiseño, who will present about the necessary policies to accelerate the implementation of circular economy in Latin America. A vision from academia and also from the private company. He is a mechanical engineer with 30 years of experience from Pontificia Universidad Católica de Valparaíso. He has worked in companies dealing with appliances, furniture, and other, such as Electrolux Chile and SIC. He is his faculty, has been faculty member for 20 years in eco-design, innovation, and circular economy. He's the director of the Ecodiseño Limitada company, which is a pioneer in these topics. Alejandro was the creator of the ECO AI, which is the Latin American Congress on Eco-Design, held in Chile in 2014, then taking place in 2016 in Colombia, and then in 2018 in Mexico and in Argentina in 2020. Currently, he is preparing the conference in Chile in 2023 again. He's a director in the Diplomas in Eco-Design and Circular Economy of the University of Chile. He's a regular guest at seminars, courses, and workshops in countries throughout Latin America. So thank you, Alejandro, for being with us, and you have 12 minutes for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Buenos días.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you all. I will share. I was asked to talk about very broad topics, but I will try to focus on what's really valuable to share with you, which are topics related to eco-design for circular economy. In terms of technologies, we have not seen a transformation process of sustainable technologies or for sustainability along these years. Back in the 80s and 90s, it was new, something that was just emerging, but today it's present everywhere because it's quite necessary in terms of energy. We've heard about electromobility, water consumption, water management, water saving, and we see it in transportation, and we see it in many respects. And from that change process, I'd like to mention the concept of innovation. The innovation or eco-innovation, as it stands, the process of thinking out of the box, proposing new solutions to the problems that are impacting us today. For me, innovation in this context, specifically of the sustainability issues, which is what a circular economy is trying to address, that require not only technological innovation of actually changing a specific solution, a mobile phone for another mobile phone, but what we are facing here is to really start focusing on the difficulties we have in a radically different fashion. But I believe we're still thinking in a very similar way to the way in which problems were created, and we need to think of them in a radically different manner. I think that's a challenge, and I feel as if we are still moving more or less within the same field, so to speak. In terms of methodologies, for example, for circular economy, well, for 20 years I've been working on eco-design topics. In 2002, 2012, we were here 10 years ago in 2012 when we were starting the Ecodiseño.cl Limitada. Maybe Consulis remembers, we were here telling you what we wanted to do, and we've come a long way since then. We have a network that introduces eco-design as a methodology and that introduces it in a very powerful and valuable manner. What really matters here to me regarding the legislation regarding the extended producer responsibility in Chile has several impacts, and it can be improved, of course, and as we implement it, it can be improved. But one important element is that this is a piece of legislation whose main approach is, or focus is, prevention. It is not meant to treat waste. but it is in order to avoid having a waste. If you look at the hierarchy, it's quite clear. Now, how is this methodology implemented to prevent, just like circular economy? Okay, let's be preventive. It's music to our ears, but how you do it? It's not easy. It's quite complex. And what's the request? Innovation, a different way of approaching this, a different way of facing this. Of course, we need all the available knowledge in terms of what to do with the waste that already exists, because we need to consider that we cannot inherit this to the next generation. Here you have this mountain of waste. Of course not. And in that sense, of course, we need to take all that experience and all those elements that already exist. But what we need to do is to find a novel way of facing this, which doesn't exist. Therefore, it's new. So we have difficulties, for example, in Corfo projects. Corfo project states, okay, create innovation, whatever the name is, and they tell you, okay, but tell me what is the innovation? And this is what we want to create. But if you don't tell me what you're going to do, okay, that's the difficulty. We want innovations that already exist. I don't know if you understand what I mean. When we need to start focusing on new things. So asking plastic, which is a material that was created 100 years ago, to be sustainable, it's not very loyal with a blessed plastic, with a marvelous material that is wonderful. But it's like asking an old man to run a marathon. That's not possible. We need new materials, literally new materials. When I say we need to think out of the box, we need to think innovatively. We need to really make a change. But because if we are going to ask from these materials that were not created for that, such as current plastic, but plastic has several features and virtues. Very interesting, by the way. If we had to stop using plastic because plastic is a demon today, has been demonized. But if we had to stop manufacturing plastic, the things that are produced in plastic, and we do it in wood, metal, or ceramics, we die the day after tomorrow. Because the environmental impact that could create in order to do all those things that are plastic today, plastic has many beauties. For example, I injected it in a specific place and I create a piece. In order to do that with metal, I need to mold it, we need to stamp it, drill it, and paint it. So there's much more environmental impact. The issue is that we are using plastic in the wrong way, of materials that will last for 500 years, and we're going to use it for a minute. So we need to learn how to think in a different way, and therefore to create a new plastic somehow. Because asking plastic that was created for a different purpose at a different time with a different level of population. So when plastic was created, there were 2 billion people on this planet, and a per capita consumption was 10 times lower. So in that context, we need to change. Of course, we need to adjust. Eco design was meant to do this. It's not about ecology or about a new material only. It is not to build something thinner. No, it's a technical and complex technology. We have a eco design diploma, which entails, it's a program, it's more than 100 hours of training. It uses life cycle analysis that Claudia explained to us, but it also uses many other tools that are innovation tools that enable this approach with a life cycle approach. So we get to know the problem, not as a product, but as a product / system. When I see a glass, this is not raw material, this is a flow. There's a flow in here that runs throughout the planet. This was done, I don't know where, or very easily. This product and the consumption associated to it, energy, transportation, everything, basically this has gone around the world 3 times. It's a flow of information, a flow of matter. I need to understand it as a whole system with all its issues. So these are innovation tools, but with a global look, which also should inform me. I measure all the environmental impacts at the beginning, at the very onset, and how it was at the end of the cycle. So I use eco-design or a methodology as circular economy. So we were focused on implementing a eco-design model because this came from Europe. They operate in a different way. It's different. Here in Chile, we have a different reality. We have a different level of resources. We cannot invest the same. So how do we implement this in Chile? In the last 5 years, we went from eco-design as a methodology for it to exist in Latin America. I actually took several trips to several countries to teach and train eco design for circular economy, which is the main objective, the overall objective. But in circular economy, that things are different. There's a different way of doing things because I'd like to set apart the three main pillars from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation to design to avoid having contamination and waste. So the issue is not waste; it is innovation so that waste doesn't exist. It doesn't mean that we're not addressing the issue of waste, but it means that in the day after tomorrow, there shouldn't be any waste. It's a way of thinking. It's different. Different materials, different technologies, but that no waste is not no waste at my place. It's no waste throughout the entire life cycle. That's the first principle in which eco-design has a lot to contribute. Eco-design was built to that. Second principle is to keep materials and products in use, actually keeping the value, not wasting the value. When I get bored of this glass and I put it into the trash bin, I am actually depleting all the value associated. In many countries in Latin America, VAT, which is a value-added tax, it is the engine of the economy, and I'm actually wasting that value. How do I capture it? How do I recover it? So once again, doing it, making it with this product, it is very difficult these days because it was not designed for that. It needs to be designed for that, but throughout the entire cycle. Energy, transportation. What am I going to do at the end of the life? Can it be repaired? And that's when you have the new R's: remanufacturing, reevaluation, retrofitting, repair. The three R's that we had 10 years ago, today we're working with like 9 R's or something because that capacity has increased. And the third principle of circular economy is the regenerative principle, to recover the regenerative capacity of ecosystems, which is the main one because it's life. If there's no life, the rest doesn't make any sense. So it's the most important one. So from that point of view, from the point of view of regeneration, I can integrate, therefore, the whole territory. I can integrate communities. I can integrate the value behind it to setting up a project, and Hernan can give us many projects, many examples. Only in terms of recycling, it's quite hard because there's no much value in it. Very little possibilities of actually raising value from that and to build a business, because that is not worth it. It's been degraded, and since it was poorly designed, it's very difficult to recover the value from that. But if I design it from the beginning to integrate stakeholders to recover value easily, and at the same time that it's never going to be a waste, the possibilities of getting value in order to involve companies or businesses is much easier. It's much more powerful, but it does require a new way of thinking. It does require a new way of actually addressing the problem. And finally, talking about policy, in order to close my presentation already, we have several in Chile. We've heard from other countries. It's quite interesting. The strongest here is the REP Act, which is what Hernan talked about, which is very powerful, very interesting, with lots of difficulties, but does include several principles. And I mentioned here the eco-modulation or differentiated rate that introduces this legislation on packaging material. It states that it must be recognized with a price difference if businesses apply eco-design. So there's a public policy there that rewards. There's no penalty if you don't do it, but it does give you a reward if you do it. So there needs to be a discussion between the private sector with the management system and the government to establish those rates so that people can recognize it and so that they actually favor those sentiments. So I believe that's when this complexity becomes a reality. One of the features of circular economy is its complexity. What I mean is that by complex analytical nonlinear models, it's not about well, it used to be a straight line and now it's a circle. It's not that. Circular economy is much more than that. It is about introducing nonlinear analysis models. Why? Because there are many stakeholders, many interests, and I need to consider them. I cannot say, no, this is better, so I enforce it. No, that's not how human beings operate. We need to understand there needs to be a meaning so we can join. And finally, just in closing, I went over my time. I was asked to look at it from the point of view of academia, because I have one foot on the private world as a company and the other foot is on academia, because I've been a professor for many years, leading these programs of circular economy and eco-design at University of Chile. Unfortunately, universities are absent mostly. The fact that I'm here representing the university and I'm not a full-time professor. I don't have a chair. And this happens in many fora where they say, okay, Alejandro represents university. And I say, oh, hopefully university were with me. And I'm the only one there because I don't know how many universities are there. What is academia doing? Having all the chances in the world, labs, knowledge, they have all. Unfortunately, it's absent. Hopefully that could be changed because that's really necessary. Thank you very, very much.
Muchas gracias, muy interesante discusión también.
This has been a very interesting discussion where we talk about eco-design and the 3 pillars of eco-design and the need for a radically different thought and the needs of to join these initiatives and being the promoters of the system. Now, we will go listen to the last presentation, Carla Zapata. She works as general manager of NLX Chile. The name of the presentation is Technologies and Policies for the Implementation of Circular Economy in Latin America. View from the private sector, it's important to say that Enel is one of the leaders of the private sector in circular economy for the Latin American coalition, and it's very interesting to listen from this. So we hope there are other companies joining these initiatives and to have also initiatives in this regard. So to know Carla, she received the award of Businesswomen in 2020. She has been acknowledged as one of the 100 leader women in the world. She's an industrial engineer and a master degree in business management from Getúlio Vargas University, Brazil. She has been working in managing and developing new businesses and services related to the energy sector, market opportunities related to innovation, technological changes, and digitalization. She's working as general manager to Enel X Chile, and the purpose of this company is to open energy for new uses and services. Carla, thank you so much for being here. Thank you to Enel as well. Good afternoon. I'm representing Enel Group, which has been closely related to circularity and our strategy over the last years has been to be a relevant and key actor in creating conditions to make progress in climate change aspects and decarbonization. And all the countries that we are is then one of the main pillars. When we talk about decarbonization, we think of carbon, of course, and many of these operations in countries of Latin America and in the world has been based in carbon. Our strategy, which go in line to circular economy, is to make use of renewable resources. In general, today, our capacity for generation is mainly on wind and solar energies. So displacement of carbon in our operations has been 100%. I mean, it's 100% without carbon and 100% renewable energy. That was the first milestone during 2022. And we feel very proud in Chile being the first company who removed absolutely the carbon out of our operations. So the things are not only to say, but to do. And second place, how is it possible that the cities can get closer to decarbonization? And today, when we talk about circular economy, as Alejandro said, we are talking about business models, we are talking about a lot of innovation, we are talking about technology. There's a lot of technology in the world which is available and to produce important changes. And 70% of emissions are coming from the cities, and the cities are using from between 60 to 70% energy producing this pollution. So how can be more efficient? How can we innovate to have cleaner emissions and cleaner consumptions? As Enel Group, we are working in electrifying consumption, removing fossil fuels, which are causing so many, huge damage, not only to this country, but also to the region and the world. In winter time, when we are dealing with pollution, 70% of that problem is the result of the heating systems that we're using, and the heating systems in Chile is mainly wood heating systems. And how can we join as private company? Because this is not only related to private company or the government can do, but it is essential that the private and public world can both together resolve the problems related to climate change and the quality of life of individuals. Specifically, in the wood stoves, we have been able to do a good job with the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of the Environment, SOFOFA representing the industry, where we have been able to replace 16 of these wood heating systems by inverter heater, which are based on clean energy. But you will say, what is this related to circular economy? First, create innovative businesses where the world add between each other. Second, the recovery of these wood stoves, which are taken out from the houses, and they are used for other purposes. So when we talk about models, we try first to meet with decarbonization target, which is part of our strategy, not only from the generation, but from the different, from households, and to recover the capacities by reusing materials. Another way through which Enel Group is promoting circular economy, and today we're all living this in the city of Santiago, that's in 2017, we have promoted change in transportation systems. Transport was, in Santiago, it has more than 7,000 buses, diesel buses, creating more than 60% of pollution. What can we do for the technical change here? Today that is possible, but in the government and the private sector, we never thought that this could be possible to have full fleet of electrical buses. And so we have created a business model with the government of Chile, the Ministry of Energy, and private companies, in this case, operators of Transantiago, and the manufacturer of electric buses. And so today we can say that after demonstrating that this is a viable technology that is competitive, because no one would like to take on the circular economy projects and sustainability if behind that we don't have economic competitiveness. As Claudia said, circular economy provides a lot of economic benefits. It's not only to do the things because of a sustainable reason. When you talk to an operator and you ask about the experience, the first one has to do with the economic factor.
Recorrido de 1 kilómetro 300.
In the past, the cost was much higher than it is today. So behind all this effort that we're making as country, we also have benefits that is related to economic recovery, to make progress in technologies, which is providing more quality of life to individuals. Today, an electrical vehicle it's not only working with the electricity, but it's a vehicle that doesn't have any noise and it's very silent. Second, vehicles have air condition, Wi-Fi connections, and some features that 5-10 years ago, we never thought that this could be possible. But we think that this is not over with transportation and heating. Electrification will be a process through which we will have to continue innovating, and the industries such as the mining industry, they have to get on board of electrification in terms of their consumption. The mining sectors is the third actors which is having high emission levels, and not only in Chile but in the world. And we are working with them from the fleet perspective, but also understanding their productive processes, which have needed a lot of fossil fuels. And so electrification is inviting the companies to innovate, innovate, and innovate, and decide differently. In some cases, technology probably is not available, but we think that there are ways to create the first hybrid between fossil fuels and electric power. Hydrogen is something that is coming up in the dialogues between the industry and the governments, because what we are not going to be able to electrify, we are going to do it with hydrogen, which also need clean hydrogen when we're talking about green hydrogen. So the opportunities that we have in decarbonization,
Muchas. Creo que hay muchos segmentos.
And electrification are a lot. And here we have an invitation to many stakeholders, and I provide 3 examples that if today the industry of the real estate sector, which are still the building based on gas and fossil fuels, they could also change and go through clean energy and circular economy, and probably this process will speed up and won't be approached as conservative as it's been until today. So our role as Enel is to speed up the process, to be an active player, to create innovations accordingly, and to contribute to the country with innovating aspects. There are other things which are related to the infrastructure in the city. And when we talk about this and we think of the infrastructure that we need to change the cities into intelligent cities, but we're not talking about just intelligent cities, but circular cities, because intelligent cities can have a lot of technologies, but circular cities, apart from technology, they also have included sustainability and inclusion, social inclusion. Some aspects which are sometimes left aside. But today, to have reforested area and to have a balance between constructions and to provide green areas to the people is part of what we have to do. So when we talk about infrastructure, that means improving what we have, but also taking advantage of what we have. Is not just adding new antennas, new posts, new poles, and new cameras, but taking advantage of infrastructure that could be a platform to continue growing. For instance, as Enel Group, we have a lot of poles throughout the city, and every day we see them distributed throughout the cities. But today, they are for lighting systems, but those poles can be used for other things, to monitor the quality of air, to manage parking areas, and to provide intelligence to the city, to be more efficient. But we haven't had the conditions yet to provoke that change. So there are many things to be done, and our group is part of Enel commerce as an agenda that we have stated by 2030, which is related to transport. 100% of the fleet should be electric by 2040, and our endeavor is to support this process and to get that done, and to change and educate in terms of how people are acquiring heating systems, and we're working with the regional government also. So the cities, through different agencies such as Corfo, can be more intelligent, more sustainable, and that existing infrastructure can be also used in the business model. Thank you so much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Carla. Muy interesante escuchar cómo
Very interesting presentation, and to listen how Enel is active in decarbonization, starting by the energy aspects, and also households, and to substitute wood stoves and for electricity, and also moving towards other aspects of intelligent and sustainable cities and socially inclusive cities, with a better use of the poles. And so there's no doubt that you're going to find other uses for other type of infrastructures as well. So we have 15 minutes left, so I hope that we're going to have a very rich exchange, and we are going to start with the first round of questions. We're going to begin by we're going to have the first round of questions, and then we're going to have a second round of questions. I'm Lisette. I'm from El Salvador, an academic at the university, and I work a lot with analysis of life cycles. And so I have a question for you, Claudia, because it caught my attention that you are involved with PD production for Latin America. A life cycle in our region, in Central America, is difficult to do it with our own data, because environmental product declaration validates the study of the product. So when we talk about construction, we talk about material repository. And so I have to say that we work with open data, and the group of professors have published from the circular ecology, where we have the inventory for carbon for materiality. And so I would like to know what's the perspective of having more information in Latin America, and so that LSA is a common practice. So not only to certify and building specifically newest infrastructures with not only one product, what is the perspective and what is the view of Latin America in having their own data? That's my question to you. And how do you manage the on-site generation of the private homes? I can have my greenhouse, I can produce, photovoltaic energy or whatever, but how I can, as a private user, if I have a surplus in energy, I have certified my building, I have designed for that, how can I sell this to the grid? How am I going to be rewarded? So I can give the grid this as producer 4.5 kilowatts in the minimum power that the law is asking you. And so as producer, you're going to compete as a big company. And in the end, the user cannot have the opportunity to be rewarded the incentive of the investment that they have done. The cost of green energy is 30% of the construction budget. So I'm going to be, paying back for this. Probably will take 15 years or more, and this is too long. Is there a kind of a synergy with the end consumer? Thank you, Lisette. We're going to take other questions. I have one question for Hernan, another one for Alejandro. Hernan, I would like to know if after the experience of being working in a process here, newer process here, what are recommendations that you would make to the countries that haven't done yet after being done this in Chile? The case of Alejandro, that you have mentioned thinking of new technologies. Are you referring to bioplastics? These new plastics are related to bioplastics, and if yes, I'm not sure that there's a lot of information about the impact of these new plastics. And if not, what other materials, what other alternatives we may have?
Es para Carla. Como mencionaste,
Carla, as you mentioned that you are changing this wood stove and you take this to ASA, which is a great consumer of electrical energy. This is a part of a joint program of circular economy where Enel is contributing to this electric power versus the recycling of this wood stove. Could you provide us with more detail about that? Is there any other questions, comment? Interesting presentations. In Sweden, we have a meeting of interest of stakeholders on circular economy. So the conclusion was there should be a relationship between circular economy, resilience, sustainabilities, and all the greenhouse gases should be joined with the quality of life, sustainabilities, and GDP. Today, we are in a world which is moving from one, electric matrix to another. And the world has limits, and hence the connection with efficiency, solidarity, and economic growth, something that we have heard for many years by now. How do you see circular economy and the connection with growth so the planet doesn't collapse? I'm Dutch, and I remember that the Brian Air Group make a great critique to the Dutch government. That was the first country that put a limit to the operations and the operations of the Amsterdam airport. So we, this is what we want to do, but the limitation to growth is necessary, and economists find that is very difficult to get, and probably the world in general. So excellent comment, in my case being from the Netherlands. Adding that comment, we are about to allocate the carbon budget and has an impact on the economy, which is completely different with no natural limit, some of them, and this is the first absolute limit that we have as a society, and that comes from the NCDs. So I had the same questions that if Alejandro can you give us an example of these new ways of thinking, how they can meet. And for Carla, is many questions, but I will ask you two. We have all the wires throughout the cities, and the cities plenty of cable, this and R. So if there's something that has been taken as an initiative in this regard, to give second line to gasoline fuel automotive park today, and to take economic pressures to reduce exports, and there is a great alternatives of decarbonization, and that could also probably that could create loyalty from new clients, and so there are a lot of public fleets that requires to be transformed, and private fleet that needs to be transformed as well. Are there any plans at Enel for that? Very interesting. And the last round of answers for the comments and questions, we are going to begin by Claudia, Alejandro, and Carla. Claudia first. In terms of CPD, the environmental product declaration, which is the way to declare, a certified way to declare the life cycle in Latin America. Who have been working for more than 20 years with Latin American network of life cycle, and the database where the first problem that we have, not only in Chile, but in the world, but in terms of environmental product declaration, given the product category rules, primary data are requested only for the productive process. I mean, the ones you cannot have environmental product declaration with, I mean, with no existing product, but there must be a product that is a real product, or is a product and the design that could be one that a product that is similar to that one has been already produced, cannot be done in an existing product. Upstream and downstream operations which haven't had any direct control for the company, you take generic data. Database has been approved. There are some in Latin America, as was done by Cadiz in Mexico, the ones that you have mentioned, others in Chile, others in the Latin American life cycles, and the initiatives of interoperational database, which is managed by the United Nations. You enter GLAD and you are going to see the Peruvian database, and for salmon and others, and with abundant information. But you have the different uncertainty levels. Many people think that because of the EPDs and interpretation of life cycle, where you analyze the results, in terms of what you expect, in terms of uncertainty, you cannot go over 10% of proxy data. So these are iterative, and the final results after being reviewed by third parties. So it's just there when you can publish that data. You can republish an EPD with better data if the results go over 10% in terms of impact compared to the former ones. But anyway, you need to for a new verification. So EPD through circular economy, as you have done an L with involving the producer, ensuring that all the productive network has included upstream and downstream impact. That's an excellent way to take the companies and the countries to measure their life cycle impact and apply sustainable circular economy. Thank you, Claudia. The question is very complex. I think there are two types of problems that we face. Is that the regulation and the need to modify processes does not exert enough pressure to introduce these changes. We could provide some example. For instance, someone can say, I have this problem and I have a production of of food that is sold in the market, and so I want it to be sustainable, and I want it to be part of circular economy. And then you can begin discussing what is the objective, demand, the solutions available, and it's there where we have new things and we have there's no national engineering available in the market, so to provide guidance where you can find those solutions. But apart from that, we are missing that, and what is going on is that normally we're requesting quotations abroad and we receive solutions coming from abroad.
So this will be on the awareness and the interest that the customer might have to see how far you can go. And this is a punctual issue, but I could describe some others. Then we have more general issues that are very interesting. Last week, for example, I was in Puerto Montt, and one of the topics raised there is what to do with the garbage in Chiloé. In Chiloé, they take out the garbage and move it to Los Angeles, 6 kilometers away. And a truck takes 1.5 days to go there, because in the island of Chiloé, they were not able to build a landfill to compile of that. So in the short term, they could establish other methodologies, and we could move forward quickly with the circular economy to minimize the situation. So we can say we're going to separate the organic waste, and we're going to reduce as much as possible the amount of garbage we have there, and to make it work. That is a solution that has been recovered, and this is not per se the circular economy, but this is a first step forward. And another thing we have not discussed here is the political part of it, because people don't want to have a landfill in the island of Chiloé. This means that the person that is going to install this landfill there, as a result of the system, the municipality is not going to do this because they fear they will not have the support from the citizens. And today, the regional government could do that, but there is no private party that is going to do this or to invest if they don't have a guarantee that the landfill is going to work. So in here, we have a political problem that is a real roadblock for the regional government. And I would say that this is a major issue. During this discussion we had the other day, we said, okay, if you don't want to have a landfill there, what can we do as an option? Because the cost that it means is enormous. But sometimes these political issues are stronger than reality. What I mean is that we have to take this as a very important, serious topic in order to install this landfill there or other solutions from the environmental point of view, allowing it to do a work, a political work, or a conviction initiative in order to have them as partners in this project. Otherwise, this will not make any progress in Chiloé, at least. Thank you, Hernan. Alejandro, you have the floor. Well, I wrote down a few questions, and first of all, the first question regarding the bioplastic. This is a very interesting question because is saying that we are going to put paper, and everybody did this, and immediately we had plenty of paper bags, and maybe I have been using the plastic bags for 5 years. That is to say, They are as old as that. I have a bigger one that I received some 15 years ago. I received it from Hong Kong, and someone thought of me and brought this plastic bag for me and my wife, and we still use the same one. So if you use it correctly, it can last for 5 years. I mean, good use from the consumer's point of view. It's our responsibility. It's not the plastic or the material itself or the producer, but the user of that material. So if we think that we are going to use a paper bag that is just once used once, the paper bag is already having more environmental impact. But if we think that the plastic bag can be used 1,000 times, then this is ridiculous. And the response in this case, and thinking of this life cycle, is to think what is the service cycle of this bioplastic, what I'm going to do. If it is a bag or a piece of clothing or a product in the house, and the situation will be completely different where we're going to use that. And actually, the real question is much more complex, or the answers require much more complexity because it will be depending on many contexts. In Chile, where we recycle just 1% of the organic waste, doing this bioplastic is bad idea, because what will do at the end, and what is the origin, maybe is bioplastic that is coming from Mexico, from China. So you say we have to measure this impact, environmental impact, and when then for the idea of this stopping growing, it stops very well here at the university. But when I go out in the streets, I find some problems, for example, political problems or problems with the consumers. So this is very well as a topic, but when I say to people, you're going to consume tomorrow half of what you do now, it will be a disaster. I don't know how it works in the rest of the countries, but consumption is very important, and that's why you see that the new shopping mall is built and they continue to be built. So as Erna said, we have to sell this idea very well. We have to explain that the idea of materials is related to how I use them with the policies, and finally this goes through a process of education. We know, but we still know not much, and this network will start in a few days, and then we have the policy for packaging. And I wonder where we have the people who are in charge of the management system, or the people from the environment department. We need at least 2 or 3 years to explain people that they cannot dispose things of this way. And for example, the problem of labeling requires also a lot of education, otherwise people will be against you, and how you present this problem to people. And finally, Jose Luis asked about the examples, but the most important concept here is related to how we get out of this thinking that what I have to see is the garbage that is at home, because that is a tangible thing. But when you do an analysis of the service life, you see that at the end it's not 5%, and sometimes it's 2% or 1%. And it would be the same if we do it or not, because the real impact is elsewhere. For 5 kilograms, 50 kilograms that are left along the way. And this is the challenge that is really complex. And that's why I invite you to include the complexity. And I will give now an example of what we're doing now. And I would like to apologize with Carla, because I will give us an example, the solar plant. We understand energy, this energy as something that is clean and sustainable, until I go and I study how it works and how this plant works. When I see it from the point of view of the service cycle, I don't know if you have been in a plant, but apparently this hates life. There are some walls of 4 or 5 meters high, because they are protected from being stolen. But on the ground, there is nothing that grows outside. There are some bushes or trees, and inside there is nothing that grows. And therefore, the problem that they have today is where to put these solar plants because they are competing with life. The sustainability is synonymous of life, but this energy is against life. Against life. So there's something that doesn't work. When we participate in the installation of these plants, the environmental impacts are brutal. It happens all the time when a plant is set up. But according to me, the most important issue is regeneration. When a plant is destroying the soil, it means that there is something that is not being integrated from the point of view of the circular economy. So from those point of view, with our team, we are now producing the first regenerative solar plant, which is very small, just 3 megawatts, and is still in the first phase of development. And this is we have been working for a couple of years now, but the important thing is that it starts with this regeneration principle in order to become a regenerative plant that is producing electric power. And then we have this project of design with all the community asking them. And the most important thing for them is the loss of the agricultural ability, because they used to have water and they don't have water anymore, even though they have been cultivating the land for 100 years. And therefore, this is really terrible for them not to have water today. They have goats, but they bring the foodstuff from elsewhere. We have to consider how the power plant or the solar plant is contributing, because in Chile we'll have thousands of these plants because we have a lot of potential per square kilometer. The sky is marvelous during the night, and that's why we have the telescopes up there. And the sun is very powerful in this area. We can generate a lot of these plants, but if we're going to destroy the space, the question is that the studies have been made, and we have realized that with the drizzling we have in the desert, it goes down and we have more life. There is no intention to create more life, but if we create an intention, this would be regenerative. So you are integrating in this way the community. You start working with the community, and the community jointly works with you. They want to know how to collaborate. You start working with the municipality, and in this case, we have indigenous community who are the owners of the land, and the people who are bored there have 30,000 hectares for a small community group, and they decide where they put their houses. And it's very important to work with them because it's a very different way to think. Anyways, we have to consider all these elements, and the productive value is triple in this territory of 5 hectares where we have this plant. 300 million pesos of energy were produced, but if I add all the elements that are occurring around that, the value is tripled for production on the same site. Additionally to the cultural value, the integration of the whole community. I don't know if this example is good enough. All right. Will you invite me to know that project so that we can copy good practices? Because I'm sure that many of those good practices are being applied by ourselves. Well, concerning this distribution in Chile, this model has been in place for at least 5 years and promotes widely the implementation at the households. And we have some restrictions here because we can remunerate up to 300 kilowatts at peak hours. And this is very difficult or different compared to what you have in place right now. In general terms, when what happens is that we try to educate the customers, because the best that can happen to a customer that has this photovoltaic cell at home is that the energy produced can be consumed because we can cross the kilowatts that are generated together with those that would be bought. And so the benefit is 100% for the customer. When there is a surplus of production, that is to say, you produce but you didn't consume that energy, the regulations stipulates that you have to pay for that energy. However, the price of this energy is 60% if you had rather consumed that same energy. In general terms, today the model is very appealing for the customers. And today, this photovoltaic is paid off in 6 years between the surpluses and the consumption. But when we design the solutions, we're thinking that the consumer can himself use all the energy produced. If there is no capacity for this, the batteries will always be a better option rather than paying for the surplus. So the next step is that the energy as a surplus is accumulated in a small battery that normally the households may have at home, and this energy is used at night time, and this is also the consumption for themselves. That is in the case of the households. In the case of the major companies, over 300 kilowatts peak, and they are producing this for the self-consumption. There is no payment, but they are competing, however, with the free market that normally has a fee that can be the same or higher to that produced by this plant. Those are the conditions, the regular conditions at the marketplace. So I would say that one of the services, products, or the major ones are the photovoltaic. And secondly, the answer regarding the CONAS. As of 2017, we have an agreement for the recovery of all those materials that we retrieve from those places. And ASA is part of SOFOFA. And we work a lot with SOFOFA because this is the industry we work with that has to mitigate the particulate matter. And one of the initiatives they have for this reduction is to do these changes of the wood heaters. And we do the implementations of those changes and the mitigations involved. And therefore, ASE is part of this virtuous cycle of those removals. And this is part of what they do on a daily basis, on a regular basis. They do not get paid for this recycling. But as you said that this is a major consumer, ASA is also making a lot of progress to show how to use this energy that is green origin. That is to say, the energy that is consumed is green origin. And they are moving forward also with the implementation of these photovoltaic units and also the transition to electric fleets, even the trucks that bring the material they are going to use. And therefore, they are doing a very good partnership in terms of sustainability because they are moving to this project of carbon neutrality. Third question, Jose Luis, regarding the transmission lines. I think that sometimes we have some complex pictures, and the telecommunication companies also have lines. And sometimes the customers do not see that as being cables. And they are largely contributing to this kind of contamination by lines or cables. And we have a regulations for the regulated market, and the distributing companies are paid based on overhead grids. And therefore, the regulation doesn't help a lot to put these cables underground because it's 3 times as expensive as compared to the overhead lines. Today, we're promoting the construction companies to do these underground installations of cables. Obviously, they pay for that, but they are aware that their buildings or their constructions will be highly valued when the nearby networks are underground installations. And we do the same by promoting with the urban developers that should be connected to this underground rather than overhead networks. There are many municipalities that are working with us now, and the high-income municipality, as a matter of fact, are putting these lines underground. However, we cannot reach all the places we would expect to reach. Now, concerning the last question you posed, regarding now the second life of vehicles or electric vehicles in general terms, we have been working with Rebor, and we had this first transformation or retrofitting of these buses to electric systems, and the retrofitting of these bus was around $450,000. When we speak of retrofitting, it's not that we are going, because sometimes we can have retrofitting of vehicles that can range from $14,000 to $20,000, but in the case of the bus, it's not negligible. And what we are seeing today in the marketplace is that the bus prices that they started by $400,000 or $500,000 dollars today is around $250,000 or $275,000. And when we speak of retrofitting in terms of public transportation, I would say that from the economic point of view, it does not pay off, because today the new buses are acquired at a very competitive price, even if compared to the retrofitting. In the area of the electric vehicles, I would say that there are less exercises of this kind. However, there are some companies that are starting to do that, but from the regulation point of view, the retrofitted cars cannot circulate in the city. However, there are some other exercises that are very useful and that are doing, for example, some retrofittings in the mining site, because these are private units and they apply in these cases because the small buses or trucks go into tunnels and do not generate pollution inside. And therefore, the generators could be eliminated that are diesel moved or fueled. And then in the tunnels, the oxygenation would be better for the people and for the quality of work inside. As a result of this retrofitting, that can be very powerful in the case of the mining activities. Now, concerning the world in general, I would say that retrofitting activities are not yet a reality. And by 2035, we should meet this regulation, not to include more fuel, normal and regular fueled cars. I think this is not going to progress because the regulation is stipulating this. And around the world, I would say that retrofitting is not moving, and if the cars are going to be less expensive, it will be very difficult for them to compete with the electric cars. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carla. And we are going to conclude here the fourth block, and I think that the discussion was very interesting. So I would like to give the floor now to Jose Luis to give the close-up words for this seminar.
Bueno, antes de pasar al cierre,
before the wrap-up,
como colita de la discusión, justo acabamos de regresar de una misión a Costa Rica.
We just came back from a mission to Costa Rica, and we were seeing the possibility to retrofit the fleet or electrify the fleet in Costa Rica, because they have approximately 2,200 buses, and there are 600 new ones. And we had a very good opportunity for that, and that was not updated in terms of costs. So the prices are going down for the diesel and electric vehicles, but the standard of comparison has also gone up. And what was common beforehand is not anymore. And at the same time, the old cost, the high cost of retrofitting, including the electrification and also the refurbishing of the vehicle, is around $150,000 for a bus of around 10 or 9 meters long. So one of the findings is that today we are at equal terms in terms of this replacement with diesel. If we add there the lesser cost of maintenance, operation, and also the carbon credits, this is becoming a competitive alternative doing the retrofitting, I mean, and also the replacement with diesel and compared to the new electrical buses. So that is a new or fresh knowledge and a promising one. So that is what I wanted to share with you so that we can be on the same page. Regarding now the seminar, it has been a pleasure to have you all here, and it has been very informative. We saw the summary this morning with all the contribution, and this day of debate has provided also very interesting perspective of what we are doing at UNIDO and ECLAC. And I think that we still have a long run to travel. And I would like to take what Hernan said. I think that now is clearer this situation between circularity and the recycling of waste in Latin America. And all of them require a solution. Well, I think that the main objective of this seminar that is to be updated and exchanging information and ideas is fully met. We have been working to have a testimonial of what this seminar represented. We are like cinema directors their beginnings, and we'll have also the recording of this seminar that has been also broadcast online. And we'll have a short video where we'll be able to sum up everything that has been proposed in our seminar. And this is going to grow in the future. And I think that all the players that are represented around this discussion should be getting ready and try to push this so that it moves in the best way for the development of our country. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure for me, and I hope you enjoyed it too. It has been very vital and original. So thank you very much for your participation. And thanks to the colleagues of GZT, TC and the organizers. Thank you.
Y bueno, gracias a nuestros.
I would like to help our assistants who were there all the time.
Fantástica cosa que la CEPAL nos permita empujar esto.
And it's great that ECLAC allows us to promote all these initiatives. And thank you, and a happy trip back to your campus.